Thank you so much. We are waiting for the Secretary General EAC to take his seat, and we proceed. Otherwise, with our chief guest already in the room, I will request, as we are still standing, to have the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, followed by the EAC anthem. And after that, Lydia Njoki, Director Education, Republic of Kenya, will come to lead us in a word of prayer. So the technical team kindly give us the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, followed by the EAC anthem. Thank you. Done by the choir. Okay. I've been updated that it will be done by the choir of the Ministry of Education, Republic of Kenya. So we give the choir the opportunity. Thank you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for bringing us together for this second East Africa Commission Regional Education Office. We thank you for our chief guest ministers, directors, and all distinguished delegates from across the East African community. We commit this gathering into your hands and ask for your wisdom, guidance, and understanding. Lord, may our deliberations be fruitful, and may our commitments translate into meaningful impact for our learners, our education systems, and the sustainable development of our region. Unite us in purpose, strengthen our partnerships, and guide our leaders as we work towards resilient and future-ready education systems. We commit this conference to you and ask for your blessings upon all our proceedings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much for the prayer. Distinguished guests, you can take your seats. We'll give the Ministry of Education choir just an opportunity for one more number, and then we'll call you back after a few more minutes. Thank you and welcome.
Afrika Mashariki, wakati ni sasa, kujenga msingi bora wa elimu thabiti.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema.
wakati sasa kujenga msingi bora wa elimu thabiti.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema.
Tujenge kizazi chenye maarifa thabiti na chenye ujasiri, pamoja tusonge mbele.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema. Kujenga mfumo bora, tushirika amani Afrika Mashariki, tusonge mbele. Kujenga mfumo bora, tushirika amani Afrika Mashariki, tusonge mbele.
Sasa ndio wakati wa kubadilisha, wakati wa kutenda elimu nguzo yetu.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema.
Moja ni nguvu, tushikamane sote, elimu tuikuze Afrika Mashariki.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema.
Sasa ndio wakati wa kubadilisha, wakati wa kutenda elimu nguzo yetu.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema.
Umoja ni nguvu, tushikamane sote, elimu tuikuze Afrika Mashariki.
Elimu bora ni nguzo ya kesho njema. Kujenga mfumo bora, tushirika amani Afrika Mashariki, tusonge mbele. Kujenga mfumo bora, tushirika amani Afrika Mashariki, tusonge mbele. Tutabadilisha
Tanzania, Rwanda,
hadi kwa matokeo.
Somalia,
Tujenge kizazi chenye tutabadilisha msingi wa amani. Elimu ni mwanga, pia nguvu ya nguvu. Kiesi kabisi, tunasonga. Kiesi kabisi, tunasonga.
Thanks so much to the choir of the Ministry of Education for the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Chief Guest, our distinguished guests. My name is James Joey from the East African Community, together with my colleague.
Good morning.
Rwamusho, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda, to Rwamusho, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda, to the Republic of Kenya, representing the Minister for Education, Republic of Rwanda, representatives of development partners. We have also a number of permanent secretaries from our partner states who are here, all protocols observed. Welcome, Your Excellencies, to the second ESA Regional Conference on Education. We'll start distinguished chief guest with remarks from the host country, upon which I'll now have the honor to invite Nelson Sifuna, Secretary Education, Republic of Kenya, to give the welcome remarks from the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Kindly, before I give the remarks, I'm accompanied by officers from the Ministry of Education, Kenya. I'll request you be upstanding and wave. Now, allow me write on the set protocols. It is my single distinct privilege and honor on behalf of the State Department for Basic Education, singular honor and duty to introduce and welcome our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you. I think it will be done by him. Otherwise, I've done on behalf of our Principal Secretary, Basic Education. Due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not join us. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much for the welcome remarks from the Republic of Kenya. Our chief guest, distinguished guests, we have now to receive remarks from the East African community. I'll welcome Dr. Dorcas Omohulu, the Director, Social Sectors, where education falls, to make brief remarks of welcome. Many thanks.
Thank you. Chief Guest, Honorable Beatrice Askul, Cabinet Secretary for EAC, ASAL and Regional Development, the first Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of EAC Affairs and Chair, East Africa EAC Council of Ministers, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. Allow me stand on the protocol already established. I'm reading these remarks on behalf of the EAC. On behalf of the East African community, it gives me great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all to the second EAC Regional Education Conference. Sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya for graciously hosting this very important regional conference. I also extend our gratitude to our partner states and key stakeholders for your commitment to advancing education and skills development across East Africa. I would like to recognize the following development partners: ADEA and the PRS team, UNICEF, RELI, GIZ, World Bank, UNESCO, Mizizi, FLARA, AFCEN, HERI, Pearl Network, and Imaginable Futures, among others, for whose contribution has made this conference possible. Not forgetting our very own institutions under EAC, that is the Inter-University Council of East Africa, East African Science and Technology Commission, and East African Kiswahili Commission. Building on the foundations laid during our inaugural conference in Arusha in 2024, this conference offers a timely opportunity to convene, share experiences, track progress, and reaffirm our collective vision for transforming education across our region. Our theme, From Commitment to Impact, is both timely and important. It calls us to translate regional policies and aspiration into practical, high-impact action that deliver tangible results for our learners, educators, youth, and communities. I'm particularly impressed by the rich diversity of representation in this room. We have policymakers, we have educators, researchers, development partners, the private sector, civil society, and most importantly, we have young people. Your insights and experiences will enrich our deliberations and shape a more dynamic, future-ready regional education agenda. I encourage you all to use this conference as an active platform for open dialogue, strategic knowledge sharing, actionable solutions, while reinforcing the spirit of regional integration at the heart of the community. As we begin this conference, I reaffirm the EAC steadfast commitment to working alongside all partner states and development partners to build an inclusive, resilient education system that addresses the evolving needs of our region. Deepest appreciation to the conference organizing committee that have worked tirelessly to ensure this conference takes place. Once again, karibu sana to the second EAC Regional Education Conference. Welcome to the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, standing on the protocol already established, as already mentioned by the EAC Secretariat, that regional transformation not only belongs or is the responsibility of governments, neither the EAC Secretariat, but it also includes regional partnerships, global partnerships that help to transform the region. And in this segment, I would like to welcome goodwill messages from our partners. And our first speaker will be Ms. Eva Kadili from UNICEF. We'll welcome.
Your Excellencies, Deputy Secretary General of EAC, Honorable Ministers of Education and EAC Affairs, Principal Permanent Secretaries and Senior Government Officials, representatives of regional and international organizations, teachers, young people, partners, and distinguished guests. On behalf of UNICEF, it is a real pleasure to welcome you to this second East African Community Regional Education Conference here in the beautiful Nairobi. UNICEF is very proud to co-chair this important regional convening alongside the East Africa Community Secretariat and the Regional Education Learning Initiative. We meet at a very defining moment for education in East Africa. By 2050, Africa's child population is projected to reach around 950 million in just another 24 years. Here in East Africa alone, 261 million children will be part of that future. The investments and choices we make today will determine whether children become drivers of the continent's future. That is why the theme of this conference, Transforming Education in East Africa, from commitments to impact, fostering resilience and future-ready systems for sustainable development, speaks directly to the challenge before us. For UNICEF, learning must be the defining measure of education success. It is not enough for a child to be in school. We need to know, are they learning? Are they progressing? Are they gaining the skills and the knowledge they need to navigate the challenge and the world around them? And when crises strike, a child must be able to continue their journey, supported and safe. Across Eastern and Southern Africa, climate shock disrupted the education of 130 million children between 2005 and 2024. Resilience, therefore, has to be designed and financed into our education system before crisis comes. And for children born in the world of artificial intelligence, new technology, and rapidly evolving labor markets, we must prepare them for the world they will inherit and the world they will shape. As mentioned by a child at the recent Flex conference meeting, he said, learning cannot be washed away by floods or dried up by drought. That starts with a strong leadership that promotes early and foundational learning as critical, non-negotiable, and invests across every level of education as the basis for lifelong learning. It means promoting inclusive education for vulnerable children so that no child is left behind because of their different abilities, where they live or where they come from. It means getting the fundamentals right, financing leadership and governance that hold our system to account for results for every child. UNICEF's new strategic plan reflects this urgency, with a global ambition to contribute to 350 million children and young people learning and skilled by 2029. Meeting that ambition will depend also on the evidence. That is why UNICEF is proud to co-lead a global task force on data utilization, bringing partners together to ensure data on learning that drives better decision for children. Together, as ministers, teachers, parents, and global partners and national partners, we must translate such evidence into action, guaranteeing a 21st century curriculum relevant to the labor markets and employment, investing in teachers, ensuring access to appropriate learning materials, also scaling what works, and directing resources where needs are greatest. This generation cannot wait for tomorrow's plan or tomorrow's decision. The risk of losing a generation is real, is in front of us. And therefore, across the region, we can already see what is possible if we act with urgency. In Uganda, the 11-year-old Edison is improving his learning through a K-CHAP approach that has made difficult concepts easier to understand. In Madagascar, the 12-year-old Maromaria is continuing to learn in a school tent after the cyclone destroyed his classroom, but he is determined that one day he will become a teacher himself. So different children, different countries, but the same promise, a future built on learning. This conference is our opportunity to learn from what already is working in our region, bringing governments, educators, teachers, parents, partners together, and to ask what solutions can improve children's lives and how we can scale those solutions across the countries, and how can we adapt them, finance, and take them across where we work. Because ultimately, that is what transformation means. A child able to understand the world around them, navigate its challenges, seize opportunities, and imagine their future with confidence. That is the ambition we are here to deliver together. UNICEF looks forward to working alongside the East African community, partner states, and children and young people, and of course teachers, who are the backbone of that learning, and donors to ensure that every child in East African community has the opportunity to learn, thrive, and shape their own future. With that, I thank you very much for being all of us here, and I wish you a productive and successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eva Kadili from the UNIFES, the Regional Director, Eastern and Southern Africa. I think we have heard, all of us, that with the growing population in East Africa, our children, our youth, all of us need to prepare to be able to shape the region, to be able to adapt to the region's needs with a more resilient approach. It is now my pleasure to welcome the Executive Secretary of the Association for Development of Education in Africa, ADIA, Mr. Albert Nsengiyumva. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair of the East African Community, ministers, permanent secretaries, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. It's a really great pleasure for me to be back home. This is my region. And I feel proud because this is the first region where I see education being taken at such level. It's really a pleasure to be part of this. Of course, this is second, as they said. The first one took place 2 years in Arusha. Being the second, it clearly shows commitment. We are committed to change the region. And we have a great potential that we need to tap into. But let me just share with you a couple of reflections. That's why I did not want to even to read something. I feel like I need to come and share my mind when engaging in this kind of gathering. I can see some of the ministers that were part of the FLEX, the Foundational Learning Exchange that took place in Lilongwe, Malawi, a couple of weeks ago. FLEX is a model that we introduced working with a number of partners and countries. I see UNICEF here, the World Bank and others. And the idea was to move away just having meetings where people will come and present papers, greet and claim and celebrate, to a living and continuous platform where we come to share progress and also to account, because in the end it's about accountability. So that model is working. And I think we can learn from that as we engage in this particular conversation. Because in the end, it's about talking about the future of our children. That future will shape, actually, the region in particular. So I was challenging my colleagues who have been part of the preparation of this conference. And I said, we met just a couple of weeks ago in Lilongwe. We are meeting again in Nairobi. What exactly are we going to do differently? So what I told them, there are 6 recommendations made in Lilongwe, particularly on foundational learning, because we are not doing well in foundational learning. And the data can tell you. If there is a single reason to meet here, is to interrogate, going back in those recommendations and say, how can we actually implement this before any other recommendation? Let's start as a region. Because one thing I believe, there is an identity for this region. I'm from Rwanda, some are Uganda, I'm from Kenya. There are some commonalities. Whether we like it or not, there was a reason why our heads of state agreed to meet and work together. There's an identity. And that identity, if we want to strengthen it, it starts from education. It starts from the commitment each and everyone at all levels that you are in, that you're going to make for this region to become different from where it comes. So that's really why I was actually challenging my team and say, let's focus on those changes we would like to see in this region. Starting from foundational learning, this is one of the sub-themes that ADEA is promoting here. Moving to data, because how do you tell you are making progress if you cannot measure it? In any of the country here we're engaging with, data is an issue. It's a serious issue. And I hope during this conversation, we'll be assessing progress we are making. We're in Tanzania, where progress are being made to capacitate the ministry so that they can collect, analyze, and use quality data for decision making. We are here in Kenya, supporting chemists to promote, again, decision making and system strengthening. We are moving to Uganda, to South Sudan, to other places. So this conversation needs to happen here, what it takes to improving data. So I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I feel there is a sense of urgency that I want to share with you. We are here to meet because we know there are things that we have not yet done well. Let's discuss about that so that together as a region, we can come up with a common roadmap moving forward. In a couple of weeks, countries will convene at UNGA, at the UN General Assembly, and education will be there. The Global Partnership of Education, which actually most of the countries are members here, will be meeting for the next replenishment, mobilizing resources. So the discussion we had in Lilongwe was to say, as Africa, because education is our priorities, and when you set your priorities, you don't need somebody else to pay for your priorities. I think that's really a big mistake we're making. Yes, we can partner with us, but I believe, again as a region, we need to discuss how are we going to improve in investing in education if we all agree this is a priority for us. And I was moved to New York, we need to go with a single voice, a common voice as a region. Not to go and beg for anybody. Go and tell them, education is a priority, this is how we can show you that it's a priority. So to me, that's the kind of conversation I feel we need to be making. Let's use data, because data is available. We want to make progress. If we want to make progress, we know what it takes. Evidence are clear. 20 years ago, we had an issue of actually capacity in research. Today, looking at this country, Kenya and any other countries, we have some good evidence what it takes to move from a policy to a classroom improvement. Let's use that data so that if we are to meet 2 years later, we can actually on one side celebrate progress, but we also acknowledge some of the challenges and issues and understand what actually takes to improve some of these things. So let me not take too much of your time, but I feel, as I said, I'm proud to be back home, to be part of you, and then I need to leave here with a sense what's next in the journey to improve our education, which lead to improve our economies and to improve our livelihoods. Thank you so much and wish you a good time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh Yumva. I hope I pronounced it very well. The call has been made. We no longer need to just meet and converse. We need to translate our commitments to impact. And that is what this theme of this conference is all about. We have a lot of meetings, we meet every now and then, but what are the actions that we have actually done so far that we can actually be proud of to let the East African citizens know that there are things that are being done. In this time around, I would like to welcome Professor Mary Goretti, the board chair of the Regional Education Learning Initiative, to also give us a few goodwill remarks. Thank you. Welcome.
The chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community in the Republic of Kenya, the first Deputy Prime Minister in Uganda, all honorable ministers of education and East African community present here today, the permanent secretaries of education, and there could be permanent secretaries in the Ministry of East African Community, other government officials present, distinguished delegates in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and privilege as board chair of the Regional Education Learning Initiative Africa, in short, READY Africa, to welcome you to this second East African Regional Education Conference. First of all, I'm welcoming you on behalf of a larger network of this Regional Education Learning Initiative. But first of all, on behalf of that network, let me congratulate the East African community and our host, gracious host. You've been very gracious, the government of Kenya, and the co-organizers of this conference for convening us once again here today. Thank you. READY was proud to be part of the inaugural conference that took place in Arusha in 2024. We are equally proud to stand again as an organizing partner for this second edition. We are very proud. This continuity matters. It matters a lot. It shows that conversations we began 2 years ago were not a once-off event, but the start of a sustained regional journey. And for this, I congratulate the East African community. Very many regions or entities start things which they can't sustain, but East African community, our mother East African community, has sustained this regional conversation. READY is a member-driven network of more than 70 civil society organizations and some universities in 3 countries for now: Uganda, I'll start with Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And we hope that in the next couple of years, maybe 5 years, that will extend to the other East African community countries. And please open the doors for us when we come. So our vision is very clear and solid. We believe and we wish that every child in Africa, especially in this region, the East African community, that every child receives equitable, quality education and prospers in the modern world. That is our simple vision. And we pursue this vision through peer learning, organizational strengthening, because we know that weak organizations cannot make an impact. The generation of local evidence, my predecessor, Adea, talked about the importance of evidence. We invest a lot in generating local evidence and collective policy engagement. Please, you can underline the word collective. Our work focuses on 4 critical areas, which are all very, very fundamental in improving the status quo of education in this region. The first one is teacher development and support. We have equity and inclusion. We don't want to leave any child behind in this region. Values and life skills, which others call 21st century skills or social emotional learning. And yes, we also have accountability for the right to education. Because if we really have to, if we are to change the status of education in this region, we have to be accountable. Everyone involved in this sector needs to be accountable. So that is one of our other focus areas. The theme of this conference speaks directly to our purpose. Moving from commitments to impact requires not only resilient systems, but also genuine partnerships, and we treasure partnerships, that turn good intentions into measurable learning outcomes. We believe that the issue of ensuring that every child in this region learns, it is not an issue of only the ministries of education or government. Everybody needs to be involved. READY stands ready to continue contributing evidence, innovations, and the collective voice of civil society, especially in the area of foundational learning, which my predecessor Adea emphasized, especially in the areas of foundational learning, but also teacher development, life skills and values or social emotional learning, inclusive education, and strengthening the systems that serve all children, including the most vulnerable learners. One thing that we believe as READY is that no matter how much an organization does, the only entity that can reach every child is government. And our job is to work and support government to deliver on that promise of education, that every child in this region thrives and prospers. As I conclude, I request the following members to stand. READY Africa Board, I know many of you came, please stand wherever you are. The READY country leadership teams, wherever you are, please stand. Please stay standing. Everybody I mentioned, stay standing. We have the READY members. We have members wherever, those 70 organizations that came here, wherever you are, please stand up. We have the READY Secretariat members, please stand up. We also have national advisory committees of READY as an entity, but also advisory committees of our different initiatives like Alive. Wherever you are, please stand up. And I also saw some of our donors here. We have Kidina Giving, Imaginary Futures, and so on. The reason I wanted you to stand is that to demonstrate that this is a very big network. It's actually massive. Almost half the room stood. Almost. Yeah. I wish to reaffirm our commitment. I really wish to reaffirm our commitment that as partners in the struggle for education, we shall continue to partner with the East African community to deliver future other conferences and dialogues like this one. For many years, as you see, if you are looking in the faces, there are different generations there, some are in their late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 70s, even 80s. The 80s may not be here, but they are there. So for a number of years, for a number of years, we commit ourselves to continue partnering in this conference. But for now, on behalf of this very big network, I wish the conference, this second conference, every success. Thank you very much, and asanteni sana. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Chair of RELI, Professor Nakabugo. I would like to request the ministry choir to get ready, and as they get ready, because of time, I would like to also recognize our virtual audience and participants that are connecting on live stream online, and also be reminded that whoever wants to publish and communicate online, feel free to use the hashtags, Commitments to Impact, as well as EAC Regional Education Conference 2026. And make sure we create the visibility across the region. Thank you all the partners for your goodwill messages, and I would like to kindly also ask all the members here to give a round of applause again to all the partners that are believing in the vision of the East African community to advance education through partnerships. The Ministry of Education Choir, Minister of Education Choir, please welcome.
Thank you so much, the Ministry of Education Choir. Our chief guest, our honorable guests, we are getting to the next segment. At this juncture, I'll now have the honor to welcome the Honorable Andrea Arik Maluet, the Deputy Secretary General, EAC, to make his remarks. Most welcome.
Asante sana Daktari, our Director of Ceremonies, our chief guest, Honorable Beatrice Askul Moy, the Cabinet Secretary for East African Affairs, ASAL, and Regional Development. Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaka, the first Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of East Africa Community Affairs, and the Chair of East Africa Council of Ministers, Republic of Uganda. Honorable Ministers present and heads of delegations from all EAC partner states. Principal, permanent, and undersecretaries present in this function, heads and representatives of our partner institutions and the development partners, vice chancellors and leaders of our universities and research institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Kenyan government, and the people for hosting the second EAC Regional Conference on Education and for warm hospitality extended to all the delegations since they arrived in this beautiful city of Nairobi. I also wish to commend the EAC partner states, our education institutions, development partners, and all stakeholders whose commitments continue to advance the regional education agenda. The EAC has long recognized education and skills development as essential to regional integration. The treaty establishing the EAC provides for cooperation in education and training, reflecting the understanding that a more integrated East Africa must also be a region that develops its people and creates opportunities across borders. Honorable delegates, the EAC has been deliberate in building regional frameworks that allow our partner states to advance together. A summit directive since 2004, EAC essay writing competition has provided an opportunity for secondary school students to write about contemporary regional developments and articulate their perspective on development that impact EAC regional integration. Students express their insight in English, French, or Kiswahili, showing linguistic diversity and cultural richness within the EAC region. At basic education level, the community has developed strategies to support the harmonization of education across the region and strengthen the foundations for lifelong learning and skills development. At the TVET level, the EAC TVET qualification framework has been developed and is waiting approval by the Sector Council on Education, Science and Technology, Culture, and Sports. The framework is an important step towards greater recognition of qualifications, skills mobility, and stronger alignment between training and the needs of regional labor market. The EAC, with the support of the World Bank, has also developed guidelines for the compilation of education statistics. This will strengthen the availability of comparable and reliable evidence for regional education policy. The program has also supported the revision of primary school curriculum to include statistics, strengthening analytical capacity from early learning stage. The summit of the EAC heads of state held on 30th November 2024 approved and signed Annex 7 to the protocol on the establishment of the EAC Common Market on mutual recognition of academic and professional qualifications. This will facilitate free movement of labor within East Africa community. Honorable delegates, I wish to update you about the important role of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, one of our own institutions, in advancing the higher education agenda of our community. The community is advancing the East Africa Common Higher Education and Research Area with emphasis on harmonization, innovation, partnerships, and the mobility of knowledge and skill graduates across the region. Looking forward, through its recently launched strategy 2026-2030, AUSEA signaled an important transition from establishing the framework of regional harmonization to delivering an integrated, knowledge-based, innovation-driven, and future-ready higher education area. This means embracing digital transformation and ethical artificial intelligence, strengthening research and innovation, deepening university-industry collaboration, developing future-ready skills, and creating a truly borderless East African higher education ecosystem. IUSEA is strengthening our universities while expanding opportunities for students and academics to learn, teach, and conduct research across the community. This has been done through regional scholarship program, EST student mobility scholarship scheme, staff mobility, quality assurance, and leadership capacity building, future-ready skill workforce, collaborative research, and other institutional development initiatives. These initiatives demonstrated that regional cooperation in education is already producing practical frameworks. Our responsibility now is to ensure that these frameworks translate into better learning, stronger institutions, relevant skills, and greater opportunities for all East Africans. Honorable delegates, to align with changing technology, the East African Science and Technology Commission, another institution of the community, is instrumental in promoting use of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, e-learning platforms, blended learning, and broader e-tech ecosystem to transform teaching, learning, research, and education management. The Commission addresses persistent challenges such as digital divide, infrastructure gaps, limited digital literacy, and equitable access to devices, in addition to promoting dialogue on strengthening regional collaboration, research and innovation, inclusive resilience, and future-ready education systems. Through these interventions, ESTECO seeks to translate technological opportunities into practical actions that improve learning outcomes. With that said, Honorable Chief Guest, allow me to highlight a few priorities for our deliberation in this conference. First, we must strengthen implementation. East Africa does not lack policy ambition. The challenge lies in translating regional commitment into actual changes. Our frameworks must be accompanied by clear implementation pathways, institutional ownership, and measurable results. Second, Honorable Chief Guest, we must strengthen regional mobility. Regional cooperation must make it easier for qualifications, skills, knowledge, and talent to move across our borders. Third, we must make education more responsive to the future. The jobs and societies of tomorrow will require stronger analytical skills, digital competence, adaptability, creativity, and problem solving. Our education system must prepare young East Africans not only for the opportunities that exist today, but also for those that are emerging. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate ESC commitment to supporting education development. I look forward to the outcomes of these deliberations and, for more importantly, seeing this outcome translated into action. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, for your remarks and for the commitment of the ESC and progress made in education. It's now my utmost honor to welcome the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for ESC Affairs, Republic of Uganda, and who is also the chair of the ESC Council of Ministers, to make her remarks. Before that, sorry for that small hitch, before the first Deputy Prime Minister and Chair of Council comes in, we'll have the Minister for Education and Sports from the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Phyllis Chemutai, who is also the chair of the Sectoral Council on Education that is hosting this conference. Sorry for that mishap. Most welcome, Honorable Minister.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Beatrice Askul Moe, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East African Affairs, Assols and Regional Development, Republic of Kenya. The Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of East African Affairs, Republic of Uganda, and Chairperson of the East African Council of Ministers. Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, and senior government officials with us here, distinguished members of the East African community, development partners, education experts and technical officials, representatives of civil society, academia, and the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor on behalf of the government of the people of the Republic of Uganda to warmly welcome you to this important conference on transforming education in East Africa from commitments to impact, fostering resilience and future-ready systems for sustainable development. To all our distinguished delegates who have traveled from across East African community and beyond, you are most welcome to Kenya, Nairobi. I want to thank the Kenyan government for hosting us today. We are feeling very comfortable in your hands, and we are very relaxed. Thank you. This conference comes at a very important moment for our region. East Africa has one of the youngest and fastest growing populations in the world. This presents enormous opportunities for economic transformation, innovation, and regional development. However, it also places a great responsibility upon us to ensure that every child and young person receives an education that equips them to participate meaningfully in the future we are building. Education is the foundation upon which the future of East Africa will be built. As governments, we have made significant commitments to expanding access, improving quality, strengthening equity, and promoting lifelong learning. We have adopted national, regional, continental, and global frameworks that recognize education as a fundamental right and a critical driver of sustainable development. The question before us now is, how do we move from commitments to measurable impacts? This conference provides us with an opportunity to reflect honestly on what is working, what is not working, and what we must do differently. As ministers and technical experts, we have a responsibility to ensure that our policies and strategies translate into improvements in the classroom and ultimately in the lives of our learners. We must ensure that every child can access quality foundational learning, particularly literacy, numeracy, and essential life skills. We must strengthen the capacity and welfare of our teachers, because no education system can rise above the quality of its teachers. We must make sure our curricula more relevant to the changing world of work and equip learners with digital skills, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, entrepreneurship, and other competencies required in the 21st century. We must also ensure that technology becomes an enabler of inclusion and quality rather than another source of inequality. Distinguished guests, our education systems must also become our resilient. Recent global and regional experiences have demonstrated how quickly education can be disrupted by pandemics, climate-related disasters, conflict, displacement, and economic shocks. We therefore need systems that can anticipate disruption, respond effectively, and recover quickly while ensuring that learning continues. Resilience must also mean preparing our children and young people to navigate uncertainty. We need learners who are adaptable, innovative, confident, and capable of continuous learning throughout their lives. As East Africans, we also have a unique opportunity to strengthen education as an instrument of regional integration. Our shared aspirations require us to deepen collaboration in teacher development, curriculum reform, research and innovation, technical and vocational education, digital learning, quality assurance, and the mutual recognition of qualifications. Our young people should see East Africa not only as a collection of individual countries, but as a community of shared opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, as Uganda, we recognize that transforming education requires partnerships. Government cannot do it alone. We need teachers and school leaders, parents and communities, learners, universities and research institutions, the private sector, development partners, and civil society to work together. Most importantly, we must listen to the voices of learners themselves. They are the ultimate beneficiaries of the decisions we make in this room. As we begin this conference, I encourage all of us to engage openly, constructively, and practically. Let us not limit ourselves to identifying challenges. Let us identify solutions that can be implemented, scaled, and sustained. Let us share experiences across our countries, not only our successes, but also the lessons from our challenges and failures. Let us ask ourselves what we can do collectively as the East African community that individual countries may find difficult to achieve alone. And let us leave this conference with clear priorities, practical actions, and stronger partnerships. Distinguished delegates, the transformation of education will not happen overnight. It requires political commitment, sustained investment, effective implementation, and continuous learning. But the choices we make today will determine the opportunities available to the generation that is growing up today. Let us therefore work together to build education systems that are inclusive, resilient, innovative, equitable, and future-ready. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I once again welcome you to Kenya, Nairobi. I wish you fruitful deliberations, meaningful exchanges, and a successful conference. And with these remarks, I'm pleased to welcome you again. I welcome you also the other side of Uganda. For God and my country, thank you so much. I now take the opportunity to invite the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaka, First Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for East African Affairs, Republic of Uganda, and Chairperson of the East African Council of Ministers. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome.
Good morning. Honorable Chair, Honored Guest of Honor, Honorable Asko, Minister for the EAC and ASALs, distinguished guests, the ministers, development partners, teachers, youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today to welcome you to Nairobi for the second East Africa Community Regional Educational Conference. 2 years ago, during the inaugural conference in Arusha, we united under the banner African Union Year of Education to chart a bold course for our region. We reaffirmed our commitment to Articles 102 and 103 of the Treaty for East African Community, which recognize the need for human capital development, science and technology as a bedrock of our regional integration and socio-economic transformation. Today, we gather to transform education in East Africa from commitments to impact, fostering resilience and future-ready systems for sustainable development. Our mandate is clear. We must move decisively from commitment on paper to measurable systems worldwide. As we take stock, it's important to recognize that East Africa has not just made commitments, we have translated a number of them into concrete regional instruments and initiatives. These achievements provide a strong foundation upon which we must now build. Particularly significant is the establishment of the East African Community Common Higher Education Area. This is an important step towards creating a more integrated higher education space in East Africa by promoting the comparability and recognition of qualifications, facilitating academic mobility, strengthening quality assurance, and widening opportunities for our learners and academic staff across the partner states. It demonstrates what can be achieved when our education systems are approached as components of a shared regional human capital agenda. We recognize fulfillment of the Council of Ministers' decision to convene every 2 years, and I hope that we can keep it following the inaugural conference in Arusha. We have another milestone in the EAC TVET harmonization strategy. The strategy lays the foundation for fast-tracking the streamlining of harmonization of technical and vocational education and training across the region, providing an important framework for strengthening competency-based learning, improving the comparability and recognition of TVET qualifications, enhancing skills mobility, aligning training more closely with the needs of industry and evolving labor market. As we confront youth unemployment, skills gap, the demands of technological transformation, an effective and harmonized regional TVT system will be indispensable. These achievements remind us that regional integration in education is not an abstract aspiration. It is a practical process that requires sustained political commitment, coordinated implementation, mutual accountability, and continuous engagement among stakeholders. While our partners have recorded notable milestones in expanding basic TVT and tertiary education, we must candidly confront the structural hurdles holding back our communities. Millions of school-age children remain out of school, and a struggling number struggle to acquire basic foundational literacy and numeracy by age 10. I'm often disturbed by the high rate of attrition at the both primary 7 level, at secondary school level, and HSC. I keep asking myself, where do all those children go? Because they're bigger than those who remain in the school system. So it's a matter of grave concern for this African community. Persistent inequalities in access continue to disadvantage children in rural areas, marginalized communities, and those with special needs. Furthermore, our secondary and tertiary education systems face weak transition rates, high dropout numbers, and a growing mismatch between graduate skills and the demands of a rapidly shifting labor market. Compounding these ongoing disruptions from climate change, economic pressures, to technological shifts, that expose the vulnerabilities of education architecture. To build future-ready systems, we must catalyze urgent coordinated action across 8 vital sub-themes. 1, we must prioritize foundational learning by ensuring that every child masters foundational literacy and numeracy, social emotional learning by grade 3, idea in the language familiar to them, as strong foundational skills are non-negotiable prerequisite for all future learning. But that means that we should be able to train teachers who are competent in those languages. You may find a community where there's a big language, but there are also small languages. So what is the primary language the children are supposed to learn? The teacher is competent in that language. We also have to address that. Second, we must empower our teaching workforce, whether that is for education, by urgently tackling teacher shortages, pre-service preparation, providing meaningful continuous professional development, leveraging technology to upskill educators. Third, we must champion inclusive education for all so that no learner is left behind. We must scale up inclusive policies, leverage assistive technologies, flexible delivery models to reach girls, children, and disabilities, and marginalized youth. Along these lines, I think about the island communities. Are those children in the islands able to reach school? Do they require a boat? Do they require a ferry? Is it there? Because there are people who cannot reach school unless they are using water transport. So we must make that available. There are children in the mountainous areas, and there are no schools in the mountains. The schools are on the lowlands. How do the children get in? How do they attend school? So we need to think about that as well. We must leverage EdTech and educational digital transformation to reduce the digital divide. This requires expanding infrastructure, improving digital literacy, scaling inclusive EdTech solutions, so that our youth are fully prepared for digital economy. So how many of our schools have capacity to train digitally? Do they have computers at primary school, at secondary school, at A-level? This is what we are talking about. So we must provide the money for this. Africa's youth population, we must reimagine TVT, youth agency. Our training systems must become demand-driven and competency-based and closely linked to the private sector employers to foster entrepreneurship and skills mobility across borders. So it's important that we align our training to the industries so that the children have somewhere to go for internship, somewhere to go for practical training, and so on. Because we cannot get it all from the government. 6, true reform requires sustainable financing and governance. We must advocate for increasing national budget allocations to education toward the benchmark 20% share, while strengthening institutional capacity, accountability, and leadership. We must ensure data-driven decision-making by strengthening our education management information system to guarantee that policy design, budgeting and monitoring are guided by reliable time, data, and evidence. Eighth, recognize that governments cannot do this alone. We must champion partnership-driven arrangements. Civil society, academia, private sector, development partners must unite as champions for educational reform, scaling best practices, and ensuring mutual accountability. The future of East African integration and prosperity rests on the quality of their classrooms and other infrastructure we build today. Let us use the next 4 days of policy dialogues, exhibitions, collaborative workshops, not merely to restate our challenges, but forge practical, scalable solutions and a concrete implementation roadmap. As we deliberate, let us keep our ultimate stakeholders, the learners and youth of East Africa, at the center of every decision. Together, let us transform our commitments into enduring impact. I wish you successful deliberations for God and my country. One people, one destiny. Thank you very much. Do I invite or you invite? So let me have the honor to invite our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of our school, ESC and ASAUS.
I am not the guest of honor, but I have the distinct pleasure and honor of representing my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, who would have loved to be with you, but he had other engagements. And my singular duty today is to unveil none other than Honorable Beatrice Askul Moi, our guest of honor today. A round of applause. Honorable Askul serves as Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for East African Community, the arid and semi-arid lands, and regional development. She is also an ex-officio member of the East African Legislative Assembly. Prior to this appointment, she was the County Executive Committee member for Water, Irrigation, Agriculture and Land Reclamation at the County Government of Turkana. Honorable Askul has also served as a board member and chairperson of the Audit and Technical Committee for the Rift Valley Water Services Board, project officer for AMREF Kenya, as well as relief officer for Oxfam's Turkana program. She has contributed immensely to humanitarian efforts and community development in the region. Born in Lokicha, Turkana South Constituency, Turkana County, Honorable Beatrice Askul is the first ever female cabinet secretary to be appointed from that region. And she's well schooled. She's a graduate of Mount Kenya University, where she obtained a master's degree in governance and ethics. She also holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in social sciences, social work from the Catholic University of East Africa. Let's all be upstanding and give her a 5 factorial. This is an incredible leader. So let's go 5 factorial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Madam Pierce. It's a credible introduction. I wasn't expecting. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The speech I'm going to read is basically from His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya, Shortly before I read the speech, I would want to comment on Madam Chair, Council of Ministers, when she said, Madam Chair, actually it was in this very year that I handed you over the power. It was on the 7th of March in Arusha, 2026. I was formerly the Chair, Council of Ministers. So, and now I think the memory still hasn't left her that I left the chairmanship to her, but it's okay, she's right. I just left that seat on 7th of March 2026 when Kenya assumed the position of being the chair. Chair, Council of Ministers, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Cabinet Secretaries, Ministers of Education from the East Africa partner states, the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Andrea Rick, Permanent Secretaries, Under Secretaries, Principal Secretaries present, Eva Kadili, Regional Director, UNICEF, Albert Zinguyumva, Executive Secretary and there, Mary Goretti, Board Chair Raleigh, Development Partners, Educators, Researchers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Kenya for the second East Africa Community Regional Conference on Education, following the inaugural conference held in Arusha 2024. I commend the East Africa and all our partners for establishing this conference as a biennial platform for dialogue, learning, and most importantly, collective action. This conference proceeds from a simple but consequential understanding. The future of East Africa will be determined by what happens in our classrooms today. We are a region of more than 300 million citizens, with one of the youngest population in the world, but our greatest resource is not what lies beneath our soil. It is what resides in the minds and enterprise of our people. Our task is to convert demographic strength into human capital into productivity, and productivity into prosperity. Education is how we make that journey. Distinguished guests, the theme of this conference, From Commitment to Impact, speaks directly to the challenge before us. We have no shortage of commitments, policies adopted, reforms enacted, budgets expanded, frameworks signed, including the SDG 4. The real question is whether our commitments are producing results in the lives of our children. Are our children learning? Are our young people acquiring skills the economy needs? Are our system preparing them for a world being transformed by AI? Education policy must be judged not by the elegance of our policy documents, but by what learner can know, do, and access. That is the journey we must now make, from commitments to implementation, from implementation to results, from results to impact at scale. East Africa has made considerable progress in expanding access to education. Millions more children are in school today than a generation ago. Yet access has expanded faster than learning outcomes. Too many children spend years in school without acquiring foundational literacy and numeracy. Too many young people live without the competencies to participate productively in the economy. And too many excellent innovations remain excellent pilots. We know what works in one school or district, but too often fail to make to scale. Our next frontier must be about outcomes. We must ask relentlessly what works, why does it work, What does it cost? How do we take it to scale? This matters most at the foundation. Then we lose the learners there. Recovering later becomes more difficult and more expensive. We must invest early, identify gaps early, and intervene early. Kenya is strengthening this foundation through curriculum reforms, teacher development, and targeted interventions, transitioning to competency-based learning, so education equips the learner not merely to remember, but to understand, apply, create, and solve problems. I encourage partner states to deepen cooperation. A successful intervention in one country should not remain confined within its borders if it can improve child's life elsewhere. At the center of this transformation is the teacher. The technology will change education. AI will transform access to education, but none of this diminishes the teacher. Technology can carry information. A teacher builds human being. We must invest in teachers' education, professional development, and the working environment. Curriculum transformation without a teacher transformation cannot succeed. As a region, we must regard our teachers not simply as employees of the national system, but as a community of East African professionals. Our education systems must also become great equalizer. The circumstances of child's birth cannot determine the limits of their future. As a regional integration deepens, our systems must become more interoperable. A child moving between partner states should not have their education interrupted because they crossed the border. Qualifications must become more portable, and our universities must become engine of research on the shared problems: food security, climate resilience, health, and jobs. Distinguished guests, we must also prepare for the technological transformation already underway. AI is not waiting for our education systems to catch up. The question is whether East Africa will merely consume the technologies of the future, or whether our young people will design, build, and own them. That choice begins in education. We must expand collectively infrastructure and digital literacy, but ensure technology narrows inequities rather than widening it. A child postcode must not become a verdict on their digital future. Technology is a tool. It must serve education, not replace the human judgment education exists to cultivate. Transformation also requires investment, but increasing resources may go together with increasing value for money. Every shilling committed to education must answer one question: what difference did it make to the learner? We must move from partnership of convenience to partnership for impact, and impact requires evidence. We cannot transform what we do not understand. To improve what we do not measure, data must move from reports on the shelves into decisions in the ministries, classrooms, and budgets. Kenya is implementing reforms to build a system that is inclusive, competency-based, and responsive to our economy. Our objective is straightforward. Every learner must have pathway to an opportunity. Academic excellence must remain important, but it cannot be the only definition of excellence. The young people who excel in engineering, agriculture, sports, or technical trade must know their talent as a value and a pathway to livelihood. Kenya reforms remains work in progress. We come here not only to share our experience, but to learn from our neighbors. That is the East African spirit. What works in one country should become knowledge available to all. Ladies and gentlemen, as you begin your deliberations, be ambitious and also practical. Let this not become another excellence conference that produces excellent deliberations and then waits for the next one. Let us leave Nairobi with specific actions, clear responsibilities, and measurable outcomes. When we meet again in 2 years, let us not ask what we agreed in Nairobi. Let us ask what we implemented, what we improved, and what changed in the life of East Africa learner. The learner is ultimately why we are here. The East Africa community we are building must become more than a common market, a common space of opportunity where young people move, learn, innovate freely, where they do not watch the world's technological revolution as spectators, but participate as creators. That future will not happen by accident. Education is the bridge between the East Africa we have inherited and the one we intend to build. If we get it right, we unlock the promise of our young population. If we fail, the costs will be measured not in statistics, but in human potential and realized. That is why the work of this conference matters. Let us move from policy to practice, from commitment to results, from results to transformed lives. And let us remember that the East Africa of 2050 is already sitting in our classrooms today. I thank the East Africa community, the government of Kenya for hosting the inaugural conference, the Rally Africa, UNICEF, the PAL Network, ADEA for making this conference possible. I wish all delegates fruitful deliberations over the next 3 days. With these remarks, and in the spirit of a shared commitment to building an education, skilled, innovative, and prosperous East Africa, I declare the East Africa Community Regional Conference on Education officially opened. When it is officially opened, I hope you are supposed to be standing and then, so that we are together in this. I said I'm reading the speech on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Don't look at my image, look at whose speech. So thank you, God bless you, God bless the Republic of Kenya, God bless East Africa community. Thank you. Can have a seat.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Guest, for your remarks and for opening officially this conference. And once again, an applause to the Chief Guest. Thank you so much. We'll go to the next stage and we'll have a very short photo session up here where we'll have request the ushers to bring 10 seats to the front for all the ministers, heads of delegations who are here. And I'll give the order in which the photos will be taken. Honorable Chief Guest, as I mentioned earlier, ushers, please let us have some seats in the front, 10. As we mentioned earlier, we have other ministers in the session. Just after the coffee break, we'll have now the session for the ministers. And as I indicated, we have the Honorable Adolphe Mukenda, Minister for Education, Science and Technology, URT, the Honorable Reith Chankwath Bichok from the Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Noura Mustaf Mukhtar from Federal Republic of Somalia, Frederick Bangitrim Nama from the Republic of Burundi, and Ambassador Ernest Rumoko, representing the Minister from Rwanda. Please push them to the front a bit. So we'll request the high table. Just push them up to the front. Kindly to come to the front so that we take some pictures in memory of this event. The heads of delegation, the Honorable Minister from URT, Honorable Minister from Federal Republic of Somalia, the Permanent Secretary from the Republic of Burundi, the Chief Guest.
Get them to remove this.
Okay. Ushers, could you assist me remove this podium a bit?
Just a second.
Ushers, please. Thank you so much. All the ministers, we have also the Minister Education for Uganda, who is already up here. Heads of delegation, the Ambassador, the High Commissioner Rwanda, representing the Minister for Education Rwanda, is already here. Thank you so much. In the second picture, we have all the permanent secretaries and directors of education from the partner states to join back at the back row. Thank you so much. We'll now have the representatives of our development partners. Quickly, please. The development partners, please come on board. After that, we'll have the representatives of the National and the Regional Organizing Committee, the committee from the Republic of Kenya, and the team that was in the regional organizing committee. We can come together. Thank you so much. Members of the National and Regional Organizing Committee, please come. Shem and others. And finally, after the team that is coming up, we'll have the EAC organs and institutions. Please get ready. Thank you so much. You can see we had a big team of partners. Thanks a lot. Lastly, we have the staff of EAC organs and institutions, the heads of institutions present, and other colleague staff. Please come up front very quickly. And after that, I've been updated that there is a small gifting session where, I don't know, Irene, staff of EAC. Once again for the next steps. Dr. Irene, please kindly come and do that very last step. The organizing committee has arranged some gifts for the chief guest, followed by the Right Honorable Prime Minister for Republic of Uganda and other ministers present. And Irene, you can guide.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Thank you very much. As the organizing committee, we are very honored to have had all these guests in attendance. And as a sign of appreciation, I'm going to call one of the three co-chairs, one at a time, to present the gift to our chief guest and the other dignitaries who are here today and have been very, very helpful in terms of making this occasion extremely successful. So the first person I want to call upon is Dr. Dorcas Omkulu from the EAC Secretariat. You will present the gift to the chief guest. the first Prime Minister and Honorable Phyllis Chemtai, Minister of State for Education, Sports and Sport in the Republic of Uganda. Thank you.
So you can just proceed to where the chief guest is and hand over the gift. Okay, most welcome. Then the Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Republic of Uganda, and Chair of the Council, followed by the Honorable Minister for Education and Sports, Republic of Uganda. We come to the center so that they get better. Yeah. Will be followed by the Minister for Education and Sports, Republic of Uganda. The next will be the Deputy Secretary General, EAC, followed by the Principal Secretary representing the Minister for Education, Kenya. We'll follow that with the Minister for Education, URT, the Honorable Professor Adolphe Mkenda. That next stage will be presented by Goretti Nakubogo, Chair of RELI. We now have on the stage Professor Adolphe Mkenda, the Minister for Education, the United Republic of Tanzania. He will be followed by the Honorable Red Chankwoth Bichok, Minister for Education, Science and Technology, Republic of South Sudan. We'll then have we have the Minister from the Republic of South Sudan, the Honorable Red Chankwoth Bichok, Minister for Higher Education, Science and Technology. The Republic of Somalia will be followed by Professor Frederick Bangtrinama, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Republic of Burundi, representing the Minister. Most welcome, Honorable Minister. Republic of Burundi, we will have His Excellency Ambassador Ernest Rwamusho, the High Commission that has just ended. We have the ministers who have spoken, but we also have other ministers from our dear partner states. The second session after the coffee break will be the session of the ministers, which will be chaired by Dr. Sarah Ruto. And so at this moment, we'll break for a coffee break, and let us make it 30 minutes, and then we'll resume here. I don't know what time it is so that I give the time of resuming. 30 minutes from now will be 12:30. We get back into the room, and then we'll have a very high-level session of the Ministers of Education of the EAC partner states. Thank you so much, and we appreciate all the cooperation, our chief guest, all the guests who have graced us with their presence for this session. Thank you so much. Could one, Dorcas? The chief guest and high-level delegation will be guided. I'm told that the coffee is served at the Jumbo foyer. So let us have it quickly and come back for the next session. Thank you so much. We also have exhibition booths at the back. We also have exhibitions, so you can, our distinguished guests, you can pass through the exhibitions as we go for the coffee. Thanks a lot.
Tanzania team, karibuni kwa picha pamoja hapa juu.
Come and settle in for the next session. Oh, it's an international flight. No. It's international flight. Okay. Yeah. Good for you to come and diplomatic. If you're there,
Those still outside, please help us join the crowd. Those still outside, I beg you, please come in. We get started for the next session. Let's listen to the next. Kindly let's settle. much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back to the second session of this conference, I would like to sincerely hope that you enjoyed your tea or coffee or juice and got some time to at least interact with another East African other than one from your own state. The next session, as intimated earlier, will be a session of ministers, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Sarah Ruto. Dr. Sarah Ruto is the program lead Africa for foundational learning and works for Echidna Giving. Those of you who are Kenyan, you'll remember that Dr. Sarah Ruto is her most immediate assignment was Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Education. And she is the founder and CEO of Pearl Network. And I think Dr. Sarah Ruto is credited for founding very many other education-related organizations. So, Madam Dr. Sarah Ruto, most welcome, and we are humbled to have you tonight. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Haya, wave with the right. Hata wewe Bwana Sifuna. Wave again with your left. Shake your head a little bit. Move a little bit. Are we all here? It is very important that we are excited a lot because we are going to be having the ministers' session. And we are also do not have too much time because the former session took a little bit long. So I will not also speak too long because I want us to listen and engage with our leaders, the ministers who have come here, and that shows how important this discussion is. But allow me to just say 2 points. When I listened to the morning conversation, the one thing that was clear was that we are all seized of the problem. Our leaders know the issues. More importantly, they are also clear, they have clarity on their responsibility of what needs to be done. That came out very strongly. The second thing that I heard being mentioned is that we now meet very regularly. And I think that is good, that we meet regularly. And it is not just to reaffirm our commitments to our children, but also to take stock of the progress that we have been making. And that is why we have the theme today. The theme is from commitment to implementation, from commitment to results, from commitment to impact. It is no longer talk shop. It is about our commitment. The third thing, which we are clear about, and that is why I'm excited that we have this minister session, is we have clarity that when we are talking about lasting impact, sustained impact, it has to be through the leadership of government. Government is the one that has mandate, has the resources, captures the will of the people. And others can support, but it is a government-led process that will allow us to get where we need to go. So it is indeed, therefore, my privilege and pleasure to invite the delegations. Maybe we should have had all of us seated over here, but I will begin with, first and foremost, our minister from the United Republic of Tanzania. I will invite you shortly, and this is because he has a plane to catch, and thank you very much for heeding and saying you will speak with your people before you leave. His aircraft leaves in a short time. And as he comes, it is going to be a conversation. And the conversation that the ministers are going to lead us to is to reflect on at least the 2 years of progress since Arusha 2024. You can reflect longer, But at least in the 2 years, what have we done? What has been the lesson? What have we learned that is allowing us to reach where we need to go? I have been guided that you have each been given 5 minutes. I know it is bad manners to interrupt a minister when they are talking, and I am not going to begin that bad manners in Kenya. But when you see me standing, that will be a sign that your 5 minutes is over. Therefore, though I cannot speak, I will speak through sign language so that we see how we can manage our time. And for the rest of us, the only permission you have to have a relationship with your phone is when you're taking notes. But otherwise, let us listen to our ministers. Ama niaje? Aya basi. We have a social pact that we will listen to our ministers. And with those few remarks, it is therefore my pleasure to invite, and you can begin walking, our Minister for Education, Science and Technology from the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Adolf Mkenda. Karibu sana, Professor. We look forward to your words. And your 5 minutes are beginning now.
Ama niaje? Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. I'm so sorry I have a flight to catch. I wish I could stay and listen to my colleagues. But let me say, one of the best things about the conference here is that we have resolutions, we made commitments, and we agreed we'll meet regularly to exchange ideas. How far have we gone in implementing what we have resolved in Arusha 2 years ago? So let me summarize very brief what we have done in Tanzania. Let's say one of the commitments was that each country should make sure that at least 20% of the GDP goes to education. What have we done in Tanzania? We are not there yet. We are 3% short of the target. But we have increased the budget up to 17%. And the growth has been fueled by expansion of infrastructure, increased allocation of students' loan, including scholarship for the first time now. We are dishing out government scholarship for students to study within the country and going abroad, and expansion of VTC, vocational training colleges, that the government now is constructing in each and every administrative district in Tanzania. So we build, and then we have new university campuses built in each and every administrative region in Tanzania. For instance, University of Dar es Salaam now has campuses in Lindi and in Kagera, and through that construction infrastructure, you can see the budget has gone up. Our belief is that once we are done with the infrastructural expansion, if we maintain the same level and increase up to 20%, I think the current budget in education will be quite sufficient to take us forward. The second aspect I want to highlight a little bit before he stands up has to do with 3R. In Kiswahili we say 3K, kusoma, kuandika na kuhesabu. This is one of the commitments we made to make sure that our kids, once they reach at least grade 3, they are capable to master reading, writing, and numeracy. It was a campaign promise of our president, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, last year, when she was opening up her campaign for general election, that in Tanzania we'll have a scientific plan to ensure that we'll make sure that every child at grade 3 will be able to master sufficiently the 3 R's. We have launched that plan after the election. She herself presided over the launching of the plan, and now we're implementing it to make sure that everybody can actually be able to read and write properly by grade 3. And we are roping in different stakeholders to work with us, private sectors, NGOs, and others, to scale up all the good practices that we have identified across the country to make sure that we can reach that target. The other aspect that I want to talk about is strong link, the alignment of education with the market needs. with the industry. We have, and that was again a campaign promise last year before general election by the president, that Tanzania will have a workable plan to strengthen the link between industry and the academia so that the youth who graduate from our academic institutions will be able to either employ themselves or to seek and gain employment elsewhere. We have developed that plan. It was launched by the Vice President, engineering and other technical education. We are working with the industry. We have commitment and we have committees that supervise that kind of link, and we get regular report to ensure that it works. I'll give an example very quickly. We looked for even SMEs that produces things like clothing and so on that are doing very well, but a very small scale. We have linked them with our VTC, vocational training colleges, to make sure that our youth who are going through VTC will practice in those industries, and they will be trained also with the people who are actually connected with production of cloth, and that will be part of their training. When they finish, they can move on and be able to self-employment. Lastly, before she stood up, because Sarah is very tall, we have reviewed our curriculum, and now it's compulsory for every student who study in Tanzania in secondary school. They must do business studies. It doesn't matter which stream you are doing, so that you can be ready to start your own business when you finish. And we are increasing the segment of secondary education that is dedicated to technical and vocational training. Our hope is that we'll move all the way to 50 and more percentage of those who go through secondary school to be able to be properly trained. Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind patience, Sarah. And I wish you all the best in your meeting. Asanteni sana. Au ni aje hapo?
Before you leave, it's not working. Before you leave, Professor, thank you very much. Just two questions. What keeps you awake at night when you think about all these things you need to do? And what makes you smile because you have done it well?
What makes us smile is because we think we have a blueprint for reforming education in Tanzania that everybody appreciates. Everywhere we go in Tanzania, people say, we think we're on the right track. What keeps us awake is whether we are going to implement it sufficiently. For instance, in Tanzania now, compulsory education is going to be 10 years instead of 7 years. The transition from primary school to secondary school in Tanzania is about 75%. We have 25% that are left behind. So what you are trying to do by 2028 is that each and every graduate of primary school must, by law, continue all to secondary education. That, to be honest, keeps us awake, because we have to do it right, and we must do it without compromising the quality of education. Thank you.
Professor Mukenda, you are now free to leave.
Thank you.
Because we said you cannot leave without telling us about what is happening in Tanzania. Do we wish him a good journey? Yes, all the journey masses. Asante sana, Professor. So I really wanted him to speak, and now we will go back to the way we had planned the meeting. And the way we had planned the meeting is that we will have all our ministers coming to the front so that we will speak and have the conversation from the front. So thank you very much, Dr. Britis Inyangala. If we could have our Honorable Minister from the Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Minister from Uganda, Honorable Minister from the Federal Republic of Somalia, Honorable Minister from the Republic of Burundi, and His Excellency High Commissioner, Republic of Rwanda to Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, please come to the front. This is a powerful delegation, isn't it? And in Kenya, we can start asking ourselves, do they meet the 30% gender rule? Do they meet it? they meet it. So you can see our ministers and our leadership is leading from the front. It is now my pleasure to invite our Honorable Minister for State for Education and Sports from the Republic of Uganda. She had spoken earlier on, but we are going to listen to her again. She's also our neighbor over here, I think, from the name. Honorable Phyllis Chemtai. And Honorable Phyllis Chemtai, again, you will tell us, since 2024 in Arusha, what has been the progress? Karibu, Waziri.
Oh, you wanted this? All right. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. All protocol observed. For the last 2 years, after commitments were made in Arusha, this is what Uganda has done. The Republic of Uganda is pleased to participate in the second East African Conference on Education under the theme, Transforming Education in East Africa from Commitments to Impact, Fostering Resilience and Future-Ready Systems for Sustainable Development. The theme is particularly relevant to the commitments made at the first East African Education Conference held in Arusha in 2024, which focused on education financing, foundational learning, investment in teachers, data systems, TVET, and regional cooperation. For Uganda, the critical question is how to translate these commitments into measurable improvements in access, quality, learning outcomes, inclusion, teacher quality, relevant skills, and resilience of education systems. Uganda has therefore pursued system-wide reforms through legislation, policy, financing, institutional strengthening, technology, and infrastructure. All these are anchored in the national policy and legal frameworks and strategies, including the National Vision 2040, the National Development Plan for 2025, 2026, and 2029-2030, the 10-fold economic growth strategy of 2026-2040. Key reforms include the National Teachers Act 2026, TVET Act 2025, competency-based education, foundational learning initiatives, inclusive education, digital transformation, strengthening of EMIS, e-inspection, and teacher effectiveness and learner achievement, TELA, expansion of access to education, teacher salary enhancement, development of the National Qualifications Framework and TVET Qualification Framework, presidential skilling hubs, and investment in sports infrastructure in preparations for AFCON 2027. On expanding access and equity, Uganda has continued to expand access across the education continuum. The country currently has approximately 9.12 million learners in 43,567 primary schools. These are public and private schools, and about 2 million learners in 5,498 secondary schools. Government is pursuing the policy of at least one government primary school per parish and one government secondary school per sub-county, with the objective of bringing education closer to communities and reducing geographical disparities in access. Infrastructure investments have supported this objective with more than 5,010 classrooms constructed, 1,295 classrooms renovated, 10,347 VIP latrines constructed, 657 teachers' houses provided, and 25,182 three-seater desks supplied. In addition, 112 community primary schools have been coded and grant-aided to expand access to government-supported primary education. At higher education level, government is establishing 2 new public universities in Bunyoro and Busoga sub-regions to expand access to higher education, reduce the distance students travel, and promote regional human capital development. Uganda also gives particular attention to refugee hosting districts accommodating about 2 million people. A big number of these are school-going children and youth. This increased populations place additional pressure on education infrastructure, teachers and learning resources. Government, in partnership with development partners, including World Bank, continues to support projects that expand education opportunities and strengthen learning environments in these communities. Inclusive education, leaving no learner behind. Uganda considers inclusive education an integral part of the transformation of the education system. Access is not meaningful unless every learner can participate, learn, and progress, including learners with disabilities and other vulnerable learners. Government is strengthening the policy and institutional framework for inclusive education through the National Inclusive Education Policy, which is under development, as well as the work of the department responsible for special needs and inclusive education. Efforts are being made to improve accessible school infrastructure, specialized learning materials, teacher preparation, assistive devices and technologies, inclusive teaching approaches, and disability disaggregated education data. Inclusive approaches are also being integrated into curriculum development, assessment, and digital learning. Teacher preparation and continuous professional development are being strengthened in areas such as differentiated instruction, inclusive pedagogy, sign language, braille, and the use of assistive technologies. The expansion of school infrastructure under the parish and sub-county access policy also provides an opportunity to ensure that new facilities are accessible by design. Uganda is also extending inclusion beyond basic education into TVET and skills development so that persons with disabilities and other disadvantaged groups can acquire relevant skills and participate in development, in employment, and entrepreneurship. Foundational learning and competency-based education. Uganda recognizes that access without learning is not enough. The country has approximately 2.37 million learners in early childhood education. The Early Childhood Care and Education Policy 2025 provides a framework for strengthening the foundation of learning. Thank you. Government is strengthening early grade reading and early grade numeracy to ensure that children develop strong literacy, comprehension, and numeracy skills during the foundational years. Uganda has also adopted the competency-based curriculum, shifting education from memorization towards the acquisition and application of knowledge, skills, values, and competencies. The lower secondary competence-based curriculum introduced in 2020 has now covered the entire lower secondary cycle. As the first CBC cohort transitioned to Senior 5 in 2025, an abridged A-level curriculum was introduced as an interim measure, while development of a fully competency-based A-level curriculum continues. The national pre-primary curriculum has also been developed with a focus on competencies and is currently under pilot. Similarly, the primary curriculum is being reviewed to align to competence-based curriculum. Competency-based approaches are also being extended to TVET and higher education, investing in teachers' welfare and professional development. Uganda recognizes that teachers are at the center of every education reform. Government has therefore pursued both teacher welfare and professionalism. Government began significant salary enhancements with science teachers, recognizing the critical importance of science and technical skills in national development, and subsequently provided a 25% salary increase for arts teachers. The enactment of the National Teachers Act 2026 strengthens the framework for teacher registration, licensing, professional standards, professional contact, and accountability. The Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, UNITE, is strengthening initial teacher education and continuous professional development, which is provided for in the Teacher Policy 2019, is particularly important for competence-based curriculum pedagogy, foundational literacy and numeracy, ICT and digital pedagogy, inclusive education, assessment, and learner-centered approaches, strengthening data systems and accountability. A resilient education system must be able to identify problems early, respond quickly, and measure results. Uganda has therefore strengthened its education information and accountability architecture. Education management information system remains the core platform for education statistics, planning, budgeting, and resource base for planning and monitoring the education system, covering approximately 13.6 million learners in 8,242 education institutions. The ministry has procured and distributed 12,000 mobile phones to education institutions with an app to support real-time monitoring and reporting. The Teacher Effectiveness and Learner Achievement TELA system, an institute-based management tool, has been rolled out across government-aided primary and secondary schools and certificate awarding institutions. Approximately 25,500 head teachers, principals, deputy head teachers, and deputy principals have been trained to manage the TELA system, digital transformation, and access to computers. Uganda recognizes that digital access is increasingly part of education access. Government is therefore working with the Uganda Communications Commission to increase access to computers and ICT facilities in education institutions. These efforts are intended to increase opportunities for learners and teachers to acquire digital skills and use technology for teaching and learning. They complement the ministry's wider digital education agenda and the integration of ICT into education management. Digital competencies are also increasingly incorporated into TVET and competency-based education to prepare young people for a rapidly changing labor market. TVET skills development and the national qualification in the East African framework to provide clearer pathways for progression, recognition, and mobility of qualifications and competencies. This will support recognition of prior learning, quality assurance sector has progressively been increasing in the last 2 years. The investment covers teacher remuneration, infrastructure, foundational learning, capitation grants, TVET, higher education, digital transformation, and sports. But I must say that we haven't yet met the 20%. Though the budget has increased, we haven't yet met the 20%. Uganda's position is that increased financing must be accompanied by effective utilization, transparency, and measurable results. Uganda therefore supports the development of East African education financing and accountability scorecard, tracking education expenditure per learner, teacher financing, foundational learning, infrastructure, inclusion, budget and execution, and outcomes. Sports infrastructure and AFCON 2027. Uganda considers sports an integral component of education, youth development, health, talent development, and human capital development. Government is investing in sports infrastructure and preparations for AFCON 2027, which Uganda will co-host with Kenya and Tanzania. AFCON 2027 provides an opportunity to create a lasting legacy through sports infrastructure, talent development, youth employment, sports tourism, hospitality, ICT, event management, entrepreneurship, and strengthening regional integration. In conclusion, Uganda is translating the Arusha commitments into action through expanded access to education, foundational learning, teacher welfare, and professional development, inclusive education, competence-based education, stronger education data systems, digitalization, TVET, and teacher reforms, the National Qualification Framework, presidential skilling hubs, support to refugee hosting communities, and investment in sports infrastructure and development. The challenge now is to ensure that these reforms deliver measurable impact for every learner, teacher, education, for every learner, teacher, education institution, and the economy. This will enable the East African community to move from commitments to impact, from access to learning, from exclusion to inclusion, towards resilience, innovation, and future-ready education systems for sustainable development. I thank you for God and my country.
Madam PS, you are being missed on the podium, and when there's an invitation, you come. Ladies and gentlemen, are we still here? Are we? I saw some people dozing. I know it is 1:20, and this is what time in Africa? What time are we normally doing now? We are eating, isn't it? So ministers, you are between the people's meal. And I know there's 5 of you and there's a lot of wisdom over there. So kwa unyenyekevu, with a lot of respect and humility, how many minutes do we give each of you? 5? 5 and 7? 5 for some of us. Okay. Are you good with that? I know I had threatened that I am going to stand, but when your minister is talking, you cannot stand. I found it very difficult. And so, but as I listened, I thought if I am here and I'm from Uganda, I'd want that speech because it covered many things and gave a lot of information on the state of being in Uganda. I thank you, Honorable Minister, for doing that. Next, it is my pleasure to invite from the Republic of South Sudan, the Minister for Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Reth Chakwoth. Bichiok. Which one should I have said first? I say which one first? I have not said the name properly. Honorable Reth Bichiok Chankworth. Chankworth? I am not getting it.
Good afternoon. Well, I just tell her to do some exercise so that you can wake up from those who are sleeping. Honorable ministers, my colleagues here, and all the distinguished guests, good afternoon. First of all, as you have heard before, we are told to answer and tell exactly what we have done in our countries, but I will go further. And allow me to first thank the government of Kenya, the EAC Secretariat, the conference leadership, and our development partner for convening this important regional dialogue. I think this is very important, and we should appreciate and thank those who did this, because without this, we cannot come together. So I thank you. As we discussed this second EAC regional conference on education, it is also appropriate to reflect on the journey that we have done that began in Arusha in 2024, because this is the one that brought this sitting today, because if it was not that, then we cannot sit here today. So that one is the foundation of our sitting today. So we should also reflect on that brought us to this today. Again, Nairobi now placed a demanding question to all of us, that what will we do differently after the conference, after this conference? What will we do differently? Because there have been a number of conferences, we have been talking always, a lot of things, including those items that we have discussed, the resolution, the communique that we did in Arusha. What will we do after this now, especially when we finish from this second conference, what we will do after this? For South Sudan, we have 3 priorities, and we stand out on those issues. First, you all know South Sudan is the youngest nation, but we are not young anymore. We are catching up, and we are following the rest of the giant countries that has been around for some time. So we decided that we must protect the continuity of learning, from foundational learning to higher education. And you know the journey of learning is one continuum. A child must first acquire a strong foundational literacy and numeracy, progress through quality basic and secondary education, and have a meaningful pathway to skill, employment, TVET, and higher education. South Sudan is strengthening the continuum through the implementation of the General Education Strategy Plan, which we have from 2023 to 2027, is now being reviewed with increasing emphasis on foundational learning, teacher development, equitable access, inclusive education in emergencies, and strong planning and coordination. This particular urgency in our context, where over 3 million children remain out of school in South Sudan, and where conflict, displacement, poverty, climate shocks, and other barriers continue to disrupt learning in South Sudan. But our response should not end there after the enrollment. The real measure of progress is whether children are learning. This is why South Sudan believes that foundational learning must remain at the heart of the regional education agenda, and which is all of us. If a child completes several years of schooling without acquiring basic literacy and numeracy, then we have provided access without fully delivering opportunity. At the same time, the learner must not encounter a dead end at the completion of secondary education. Our education system must create credible pathway into skill development, employment, and higher education, because if there are no employment, this is also another issue that we must also think about it. Secondly, the regional integration must include educational integration. We are a region and we are a state partner state. We must also work together, as you have heard, and is part of our discussion. Our countries become more connected through trade, movement of people, and low labor market, which particularly South Sudan, where it has given work opportunity to all the East African citizens. And you know, in South Sudan, most of you are working there, but for most of South Sudanese, they are not working here. So this one, we must integrate so that our citizens also work here in Kenya and other regional states. Our educational system must become more connected as well. I'm not only talking about South Sudan, but also talking about the region on things that we should do as a partner state. South Sudan has admitted more than 2,000 refugees, learners, particularly from Sudan. You know the crisis in Sudan, Khartoum, where a lot of them, they came to South Sudan, and we have enrolled them into universities of South Sudan, demonstrating our commitment to higher education as a space for inclusion, protection, and regional solidarity. However, many displaced learners from face another barrier. They may have the knowledge and ability to continue their studies, but lack the certificates, because during the conflict, a lot of things happen. Some people may lack their certificate or academic record required to prove their previous qualification. Through engagement with UNESCO, and I thank the UNESCO, on the UNESCO qualification passport. This is a program and project. South Sudan is pursuing particular approach and is testing it. This will be the compiling test, and the rest of you may follow, to recognizing qualification and prior learning where documentation has been lost or destroyed or left behind. Our position is clear. A crisis may interrupt learner education, but it should not erase that learner future. We therefore encourage the East African community to strengthen regional cooperation on recognition of qualification, credit transfer, learner mobility, and pathway between secondary education, TVET, skill development, and higher education. To all the partner states, we should also consider how our public universities in particular, can we work more deliberately together through joint academic programs, collaborative research, staff and student exchange, share digital resources, centers and excellence, and the pooling of specialized expertise. Our public universities carry a special responsibility, and you all know it. We should therefore ask, why should every university struggle alone to solve the problem that universities can address together? So our universities should work together. The regional cooperation can help us share skills, expertise, strengthen research capacity, and develop solutions to challenge that do not recognize national borders. Third, inclusion of resilience must become the test of our educational system. For South Sudan, this includes children and young people affected by displacement, conflict, poverty, disability, gender equality, and climate-related emergencies. We have continued to advance inclusive and accountable education through national reform and partnership, including effort to strengthen teacher capacity, learning opportunity for vulnerable learners, community engagement, and educational delivery in emergencies and health-related contexts. Our experiences has taught us a lesson as South Sudan, and also it will be all of us together. The enrollment alone is not inclusion, and access alone is not success. A learner must be able to enter, participate, learn, progress, and complete its studies. This must reflect in how we may plan, finance, and measure the performance of our education system. We must fund our system so that we do our things as a country. South Sudan engagement in SDG 4, we are taking it seriously, and we are doing it and to catch up with the rest of the country. Let me state this clearly. Africa must not arrive at the post-2030 table simply to endorse an agenda designed elsewhere. Africa must help design its agenda. The EAC should therefore use the collective voices to contribute collectively to ongoing global consultation and ensure that the future of education agenda reflect the priorities and aspirations of our people. My question to the partner state, from this conference to commitment. As we conclude our discussion, South Sudan will be encouraged to carry forward a small number of practical commitments from this session. First, strengthen regional action and foundational learning to teachers and teacher capacity, because the quality of our entire education system ultimately depends on what happens in the classroom. Second, advance practical mechanism to learner mobility. Third, ensure inclusion and resilience embedded in national and regional education, data collection, planning, financing, and accountability system, rather than treat it as a separate project. And finally, the conference communique should not become another document that record what we have discussed. It should become a shared instrument for political follow-through, regional cooperation, and accountability. We should not just keep it there and put it and shelve it, that this is a document that has been done. It has to be implemented accordingly. From here, it will also be what change. It will be what change after we learn this. South Sudan asked the following question: are more children acquire foundational skills? This is the question that we are asking ourselves in South Sudan. Are teachers better prepared and supported? Can refugee and displaced learners continue education? Are our public universities working together more effectively? Are vulnerable learners being reached and supported? This is a big question that we all need to think and to look into it. In South Sudan, recently you might have heard that our president has directed and formed and directed that 3 additional universities has to be established, and that's why a few weeks ago, I have to go and put the foundation of one of the universities. So these are the measures that the country has already started taking, and not only that, we are reviewing our laws, our University Act, the Student Support Fund, and then other relevant documents which we are reviewing after the Arusha conference. We are doing that so that now we catch up and we do our best for the country so that South Sudan become a place where children will not remain at home, they will be in their school and will do the best. Let this journey from Arusha to Nairobi, therefore,
We constructed and rehabilitated government schools. We constructed also 90 bed schools. We constructed 1,000 new classrooms and added another 106 classrooms across the country. We have completed 17 new schools specialized for the girls only. We constructed new teachers training colleges across the states. As most of you know and aware that Somalia has a federal state, and we are going to have
decentralized the teacher training colleges and institutions. That's why we have constructed new teacher training colleges across the states. We constructed also new ministers for headquarters in 2 states. We are also completing the National Curriculum Center with the TLM production mechanisms and the ministry's headquarters by the end of this year. In terms of quality, we are making sure that assessments and quality assurance mechanisms to be set. We have developed the National Learning Assessment Framework. We have also developed the learning assessment tools. We have piloted school self-assessment tool this year. For foundational learning assessment, harmonizing fragmented assessments and establishing more coherent national assessment systems through the National Learning Assessment Framework was a key milestone for the last 2 years. We are currently implementing a government-led national assessment for grade 3 and 6 to measure learning outcomes and generate evidence for policy planning and targeted interventions. For the curriculum, we are reviewing our national curriculum after 12 years that has been established, the Somali national curriculum, to align with the East Africa education system. We have developed some selected TVET curriculums. We developed new adult education curriculum, the accelerated basic education curriculum policy, textbooks, and other TLM materials have been developed. We also updated the national teacher training curriculum, and we developed integrated Quranic school policy curriculum framework. Culturally, as Somalia is 100% Muslim, most of our students go to Quranic schools before the ECE. So we are paying our effort to integrate the ECEs and the Quranic schools so that the children do not miss the age of the primary education. In terms of governance, we have been doing organizational reform for the last 3 years. One of the biggest reforms that we have made is passing the new Higher Education Act through the Somali National Parliament. We also established first its ever Somali National Higher Education Commission. We also appointed, as I have been mentioned before, the Somali Curriculum Review Committee. For institutional regulatory frameworks, we worked on Somali national education policies and subsequent policies, including the teacher development and management policy, which has been passed, the special need education policy, the TVET policy, the examination policy, and accelerated basic education policy. For the data use systems and strengthening, which is mainly what we are going to focus on, the digitalization of the education all across the world, especially for the Africa in the continent of the region. We expanded the education management information systems. We include the education infrastructure with GPS, the accelerated basic education students that have been made for a special system, dashboard, not system, school services such as school meals that has been expanded to the system that they have a special dashboard. We established a higher education management information system, which has all of the information about the higher education institutions, including student profiles, organizational profiles, and the graduates. We expanded the open online learning platform for basic education and also to the teacher training modules. We digitalized the teacher recruitment process, whereby everyone or every applicant or every candidate can apply the teacher recruitment opportunity
from where they are across the country. And also we have been expanding the teacher attendance system. We developed a student attendance tracking system whereby we track if the students were attended to the class. We also developed a school material tracking system whereby we track the TLM and the equipments also. For the education financing, which I know it is the major and the important challenges we all face, and also it is the only vision that we have, whether we are in the policy position or whether we are in the technical position. Like many other countries in the region, financing education remains one of our key challenges. At the same time, Somalia has made a significant progress in increasing its national commitment and national investment to education. Over the past 4 years, including the last 2 years, that we have been made a lot of effort to increase the national education budget. Our education budget has increased from approximately 4% to 10%, with a significant production of this investment going towards teacher salary and strengthening the teacher workforce. In 2025, the government has added a contribution of 5 million to the school meals. However, doing such kind of great percent is a big milestone to us as compared to the last 5 years what we have been through in terms of education financing. We developed and implemented the financial framework definition, defining the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders. We have been established the National Education Development Fund Initiative, which focuses on domestic and diaspora resource mobilization for education sector. So what are the key challenges? However, we recognize that increasing the budget is only one part of solution, but we are also ensuring that the resources are used efficiently, equitably, and in a ways that translate into improved learning outcomes. And also our challenges are not unique to one country. Across the region, we are working to address the common issues including education financing, teacher capacity, foundational learning assessments, digital transformation, infrastructure, equity, and transition from education to employment. Therefore, we see this platform not only as an opportunity to share our progress and commitments, we also see it as an opportunity to learn from another, exchange practical solutions, strengthen regional cooperation, and identify areas where we can work together more effectively. For Somalia, regional collaboration is especially important as we are continuing to strengthen our education systems and advancing our integration with the East Africa community. In conclusion, Somalia remains firmly committed to investing in education as a foundation for peace, human capital development, and economic opportunity, and also regional integration. We look forward to continuing this journey together with the East Africa community partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Why don't you give her another hearty clap? Madam Minister, one quick question. What is the one thing that you feel you have done well that is serving as the foundation for tomorrow?
It's a big question, but I can proudly say that increasing the investment of education in Somalia is what we have done. For you see that this number is less, but to compare what we have been through for the last 10 years, we have done big achievement in terms of financing education.
Why don't you give her a clap? And what was the number again? Don't say. Do you remember the number? It was from?
From 4% to 10%.
They remember.
And the other thing I proudly say that we have started to invest in the school meals for our young children, where we have been contributed 5 million for the last year. So all these thanks to our leaders of the government, especially for the President, Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, for making sure that education should be an agenda for Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the slang words here in Kenya, we normally say, ni muhimu kurudishia mwili asante. That sometimes it is important to thank yourself. And that was really to say thank you for the progress that you have done. We are getting close there. Are we still together? Do you feel like stretching a little bit? Okay, let us stand. They say the biggest health hazard today is sitting down. So can you stand and just walk on your feet where you are? Some people are even stretching. Okay, stretch first. Stretch. Reach to the stars. Reach to the sky. Reach to Nairobi's skyline. We have very tall buildings here. Okay? Now move. Let us go. Steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Some people are moving so slowly, and you're younger than me. You can now sit. It is now my pleasure to invite from the Republic of Kenya, representing the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. Karibu dada.
Honorable Ministers, Principal and Permanent Secretaries, and the East African Community of Educators, and our partners. Good afternoon. You have heard from the Honorable Ministers that there were 6 key commitments made in the last conference in Arusha in August 2024. And so for Kenya, I will just summarize the achievements across the 6 areas. And the first one was increase education financing toward 20% of national expenditure and strengthen budget accountability. In Kenya, the budget increased to 702 Kenya shillings billion, and that was 18.4% of the budget. This was in the 2024-2025 financial year. And I'm glad to say that in this financial year, 2026-2027, the budget has increased to 784.5 billion shillings, and that is 27% of the national budget, and 4.1% of the GDP. The other was to convene this conference. Are you here? Are you here? Have we achieved? The third one was prioritize foundational learning, early childhood education, mother tongue instruction, literacy, numeracy by grade 3. On this one, ladies and gentlemen, we are on track, and we have key programs that have been implemented to help us fast-track progress in these areas. The first one is the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Programs. And the other, again, is the National Assessment System for Learning Achievement. Mother tongue and foundational competency implementation remain uneven across the 47 counties in this country. The fourth commitment, ladies and gentlemen, is to invest in the teaching workforce, recruitment, continuous professional development, and ICT upskilling. Again, I'm happy to report that we as a country are on track. Last year, 46,000 teachers were recruited, but between 2022 and to date, Kenya has recruited, listen carefully, 100,000 new teachers. We are taking education seriously, and we know that quality depends a lot on staff-student ratios. Again, we are prioritizing retooling of these teachers so that they can deliver the competency-based education using innovative pedagogy. The art and science of teaching and learning is the norm in our education system. Fifth, ladies and gentlemen, how many commitments were there? 6. Okay, the fifth one. Establish data management and sharing platforms for evidence-based policy. So initially in Kenya, we had implemented the National Education Management Information System, and it had some challenges. So we have revamped it, and we have operationalized the Kenya Education Management Information System, which was launched in 2025. And in fact, the placement of students from junior school to senior school was undertaken on this platform. We are also developing modules for TVETs and higher education so that we have a comprehensive data system that serves the entire education system. Last but not least, to strengthen TVET skills development, recognition of prior learning, and industry partnerships. For TVET, the enrollment is up by 10.4% to 709,885 students. This was achieved through very strategic rebranding. The budget also went up by 27.9% to Kenya shillings 35.4 billion. We have also operationalized the recognition of prior learning, and it is actively helping us to pull our informal sector operatives into the formal sector and open up opportunities for them to compete favorably for opportunities. So what are the key lessons that we have learned? Targeted results-based financing mechanisms, such as disbursements under the 2 programs that I mentioned earlier, against verified school improvement plans, have proven effective in driving measurable improvement in underserved counties. Sustaining this impact requires predictable multi-year financing. Intermittent budgetary constraints affecting the school feeding and sanitary towers programs have demonstrated the need for a predictable funding framework. We have also learned and would like to share that deliberate gender-responsive interventions, including affirmative recruitment in TVET institutions and the 100% transition policy, have accelerated progress towards gender parity at the secondary and TVET levels, underscoring the value of targeted measures alongside broader access reforms. Another key lesson is that sustained investment in teacher recruitment remains essential. While successive recruitment cycles have added significant numbers of teachers to the workforce, staffing gaps and regional distribution disparities persist at primary and junior secondary levels, pointing to the need for recruitment and deployment planning that keeps pace with enrollment growth over the medium term. Another lesson is re-enrollment initiatives for out-of-school children, and this achieves stronger and more durable outcomes when combined with complementary social support, such as cash transfers, community engagement, and re-entry support that addresses the underlying causes of dropout. Just before I finish, there are 3 more points. 1, consolidation of education data systems, as undertaken through the Kenya Education Management Information System, provides a necessary foundation for evidence-based planning and accountability and strengthens the reliability of tracking on equity and learning outcomes. We have also learned that mainstreaming refugee and host community learners within national programs rather than through parallel arrangements has supported more effective integration of refugee education into the national system. And last, but certainly not least, nominal increases in education budgets do not always translate into proportionate real investment. Monitoring expenditure as a share of both the national budget and GDP offers a fuller picture of progress towards the 20% benchmark. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. As you all know, Beatrice is also in charge of the State Department of Higher Education. And I had not prepped her before because I know she's up to this. But it would be nice, Beatrice, if you could, one of the things that in your tenure you have had many reforms. And sometimes to meet the ambition we want for our citizenry, we must do many reforms. When you think back about the reforms you have spearheaded, including in your own ministry, in your own State Department, or largely in the Ministry of Education, again, what makes you smile? And what still gives you a headache?
What makes me smile is that in 2022, when we took office, 23 universities out of the 40 universities then were technically insolvent. But through the reforms we have instituted across financing, leadership strengthening, diversification of funding streams, and cost containment, we have helped these universities to pull out of the hole. And what am I worried about? I'm worried that the number of students gaining entry into tertiary education institutions, that is TVETs, middle-level colleges, and universities, is growing very fast. And we as a government are prepared to let no one behind, to leave no one behind. So we have this very ambitious target of funding all of these students so that we achieve universal access to tertiary education.
Thank you very much.
Of course, that means we require humongous resources to fund free access to tertiary education. And so we have this strategy of bringing other partners on board so that we raise enough resources to meet this ambition. Wouldn't you worry about that? Yeah, yes. Thank you. But I know that we'll make it because our strategy are really tight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. A number of presentations before had talked about creating new campuses. And you can see that in ministries, it is important to get the children to have the right foundation so that they can go up in their educational journeys. And that is why, thank you, Beatrice, for allowing me to put you on the spot. As we now lead to the last 2 presentations, please bear with us. I know it is now 2 o'clock. We are keeping African time, lakini ni sawa tu. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite from the Republic of Burundi, the Permanent Secretary Ministry of Education, Professor Frederick Bangitrimnama. I actually counted the syllables. His name has 6. It is wrong. Yeah. You see?
Bangirinama.
Oh, it's Bangirinama only. Bangirinama. That one is easy. What I have over here is 6 syllables. If you are a child, even at the story level, I cannot put his name because it is too complex. But he has said he's Professor Frederick who? Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you. Honorable ministers, principal and undersecretaries, partners, participants, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Let me join my voice to congratulate the Republic of Kenya for the warm hospitality, and also congratulate the ESC for the good leadership and for having convening this meeting, which is very important for education sector, and they bring many persons, educators, experts to discuss on issues of education. I want to ask a technician to help me and explain my presentation. They have it. As a Burundi, what we did since we met in Arusha, we continue to strengthen our education system. I will go through 5 points. The first one will be national mobilization and inclusive financing. Yes, we commit that we shall allocate to education 20% of our budget, our national budget. But it's very difficult when a country is looking for development and we have to strengthen our infrastructures and also agriculture system. That is why the budget increased 10%, but in the percentage of the national budget, we decrease. And we are now at 13 only. But it increased in number. In the number it increased, but it decreased also in percentage. That is why a country to be developed, also it must improve development sectors like infrastructures, agriculture, and so on. And we did 4 main campaigns, which are focused on the first one, 0 pregnancies in schools. That allows our sisters, which are in schools, to be assisted and to have more information and to continue the study. The second one is 0 children sitting uncomfortable in class. We join all partners to put together the synergy and to mobilize funds to buy desks in all classroom to to permit all children to be in a good condition in the classroom. The third one was the expansion of national school feeding program, which is undertaken at the high top by the first lady of our country. And we are now at 34% of students of basic education which are served by that program. We have the fourth campaign, which is the Back to School program, which is organized each year, and the vulnerable students are gain school kits like uniform and all kits of schools to be allowed to continue schools as other students. The second program was focused on initiatives for quality improvement and education technology. In that sector, Burundi put in central of his reform the improvement of science and technology and the promotion of TVET access. The main achievements that I can note are the organization of schools which are located in a 5-kilometer radius in one network, in order to equip the school which will be leading the other schools behind in that region. And that network were equipped in informatic equipment, in a lab of biochemistry, physics, and so on, and they share that equipment. We put on, in the 2 years, more than 400 informatics center in the VOS network of schools, and also more than 100 lab of biochemistry were set up, and also we are promoting solar energy and also biogas in a school which have a student which have a student to be fit, and it will be to protect. It will be it will contribute to protect environment with that biogas. We have also the third program, which is on resilience and sustainable development. The government of Burundi is looking how to put on a resilient education system, and to achieve that, we are conducting construction and rehabilitation of schools, and we are promoting also stoves which don't use many wood, and also we are using solar energy to cook in schools, and we are also putting on some biogas to protect environment in a school feeding program. The fourth one is management and oversight. In that field, we are looking for a platform which have many windows to manage, first, human resources. Secondary, to manage education statistics, and also the mapping data of all schools of our country, to implement the annual budget, and also the national assessment and evaluation, and the online building capacity of teachers. And all of those windows will be in one platform, which can be accessible to each teacher or director. We are also looking at the building capacity of teachers, because if we are running a reform, we must put teachers in the center of our reform. And we did a survey in 2022, and it showed results were that many teachers were not performed in French, in mathematics, and we set up a program of building capacity in French, in mathematics, in ICT, and also in pedagogy on competencies based, and also in supervision or evaluation assessment of schools. And you have on the screen all of the numbers of teachers which whom were deceived. The fifth program is to strengthen human capital. In that field, we put on many modules to strengthen the capacity, and we are now ready to satisfy the need of building capacity of our teachers. In conclusion, Burundi is adapting its education system to the demand of the labor market by ensuring equitable access, quality learning, but also the promotion of TVET and the science and the technology. But we still have some challenges, like massification and the quality. How to deal with massification, access to universal access, and the quality of education. That is very difficult. Also, you want to equip our classroom, but we have insufficient budget. We want also to develop TVET, science and technology, but we are limited by equipment, adequate equipment to permit our students to practice. That is what some challenges which we are facing, but we still be committed. Burundi is committed to work together with our partners, to work together with our partner states of East Africa to improve our education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, Honorable Minister.
Permanent Secretary.
I am wishing you well again.
I'm representing my minister.
Representing the
Yes.
minister. Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary, Professor Frederick. I had intended to ask you what you want to prioritize, but I see you have many priorities. So I'm going to change my question and ask you, what did you do in the last 2 years that when you sleep just makes you smile?
It's very difficult because we have many challenges. And when you are working in education sector, it will be difficult to have a result more than 10 years after. So until now, I'm working. I don't know if I'm in the good role. So I don't smile, but I'm on the working. I'm committed. And perhaps after 10 years, children will tell you have been a man.
Professor does not have a reason to smile yet, but he is working. Even when the budget goes up and goes down, he is still working. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you for being with us. We have now come to the end. And last but not least, from the Republic of Rwanda, it is my pleasure to invite the High Commissioner from the Republic of Rwanda to Kenya, His Excellency Ambassador Ernest Rwamusho. Have I pronounced it well? Thank you very much. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm possibly the only person not from the education sector in this room. But I would like to say that the audience here depicts the true values of educators that we know. Patience, attentiveness, and solid commitment. Because it's almost 2:30 p.m., lunch is almost over, and everybody is still in their seat, still attentive, and still committed. So a round of applause to all of you. Thank you. I'm here representing my Minister of Education, Honorable Joseph Nsengimana, who I know many of you were with him in Lilongwe, but he was not able to make it here today. But he sends his warm greetings, and by my presence and delivering his message, he says he is with you along the way as this journey continues to perfect our education and ensure access to education for most of our people. Coming to the subject matter, possibly to the question that you have to answer, we've lived to the commitments that were made 2 years ago. Let me set the ground by saying that Rwanda's interventions in education sector are driven by 3 canons. 1, very clear planning, national prioritization, which drives resource allocation, ensuring that education remains a core priority for Rwanda's national transformation. That is very, very important. How do we do that? We have consistently had long-term planning through now the Rwanda Vision 2050, which is implemented through the National Strategy for Transformation. We are now on the 2nd National Strategy for Transformation. And under that, we have a very comprehensive education sector strategic plan. The current one is being implemented from 2024 to 2029. And the core priorities in the education sector strategic plan are implemented at local government level through district development plans, which also prioritize education. The priorities that are set at national level are reflected right into the classroom, with outcomes on the classroom, learning outcomes that are implemented and accounted for at every level. The second canon is accountability. When you have a plan that you have to implement, you got to be accountable to its implementation. You have to look at results, impact. And the theme today has been on implementation, results, impact, no more talking. We have to show that we are making progress. And that progress has to be counted, has to be verified. So accountability is very, very important for Rwanda. And through that, we keep eyes on the key things that I'm just going to outline. One is access to education, and the scale of that access is something that we count, that we account for in numbers. System efficiency. How many kids enroll into primaries 1? How many stay into school up to primary 6? How many transist from primary 6 to secondary education? Very, very important. Learning outcomes, monitored and accounted for with numbers, with evidence, with statistics. Numeracy and STEM, a core priority. Teacher capacity, very, very important. Digital readiness, implemented across all schools and across all learning institutions. Equity and inclusion. Nobody should be left behind. Special education is also a priority. Special needs education is also a priority. So boys and girls have to have same access and same quality of access, very important. And skills and youth pathways. This is crucial. The third canon is continuous reforms, innovation, and adjustment. We know that we will not have it right on the first attempt. So you have to learn from mistakes, keep improving, keep finding ways of doing things better and having better results, not repeating the same mistakes. So that flexibility is very, very important for us, and we keep on it. Especially at this time when resources are constrained. The priorities don't go away, the priorities remain. The results that you have to achieve remain. How do you do that? With reducing resources. So innovation becomes very, very important. Now, with that, I'll come to what we've done over the last couple of years. Of course, priorities are many. Rwanda has prioritized foundational learning. This has been, we recognize this as a very, very important. For a long time, it was neglected. And Rwanda prioritizes foundational learning through reforms that address both classroom practice and the wider conditions that affect learning. The lower primary education reform introduced in 2025 and rolled out from 2025-2026 academic year followed a comprehensive curriculum assessment. It streamlined instructional time across all schools, optimized content and a timetable by giving priority to Kinyarwanda, English, and mathematics. Language remains important, of course. English is the medium of instruction, and for that we've had to do a lot of adjustment to make sure that our teachers are able to transit mostly from teaching in French to teaching in English. The experience for us demonstrates that improving foundational learning requires attention not only to curriculum content, but also to instructional time, classroom conditions, and the resources available to teachers and learners. And so we make deliberate investment into ensuring that those resources are available. Second, keeping learners on track through remedial learning. Rwanda has invested in targeted support for learners who are falling behind. The remedial learning program operates through support integrated into the school day, which is a continuous process as well. Weekend remedial sessions for examination classes, that's particularly P6, Senior 3, and Senior 6, and structured holiday programs. In 2024, 64% of learners at risk of repetition achieved grade level competences, and progressed. Following expansion to upper primary, 68% achieved the required competences and were promoted in 2025. The program continues in 2026. There's quite a lot done around that as well. So in the interest of time, I'll just move a little quicker. 3, investing in teachers. Teacher capacity remains central to Rwanda's foundational learning reforms. Certification of pre-primary and primary teachers was completed in December 2025. 95% of pre-primary teachers and 99.8% of primary teachers now meet the required standards. Government funds the salaries of more than 70,000 primary and 9,000 pre-primary teachers, of whom 93% of pre-primary teachers are trained. Continuous professional development has been institutionalized through a national CPD framework and school-based mentors moving away from one-off training events, reinforced by more than 6,000 directors of studies, head teachers, and sector education inspectors serving as classroom coaches, providing observation, monitoring, and feedback. So there's a lot going on even in the classroom. The National English Proficient Program aims to bring teachers to at least B2 level under the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. As you know, Rwanda has to transition from instructing in French to English, and that was a huge hurdle to transition most of the teachers who are trained to teach in English, now to teach in French, who had been teaching in French, now to teach in English. Approximately 16,000 teachers were reached in the initial phase, followed by expansion to a further 65,000, including more than 60,000 in-service teachers, 6,160 school leaders, 740 teacher trainers and instructors, and 12,500 district and sector education officials. So that's a massive investment that has gone on. Fourth, early childhood education and school readiness. Pre-primary enrollment increased by 12.9% to 683,234 learners. And the net enrollment rate for school-based pre-primary rose from 44.7 to 50.3 in 2024-2025. When home-based and community-based ECD modalities are included alongside school-based program, overall participation among children aged 3 to 5 exceeds 80%. That's quite a significant shift, given that we are coming from a really low level. Though quality and consistency across modalities still vary, which is why government is extending formal support to community-based ECD centers through trained teachers, ECD kits, capitation grants, and school feeding. Early childhood development was really new for Rwanda. It was mostly available until recently only to middle class, upper middle class Rwandans, which is a very tiny part of the population who could afford to put their kids in private early childhood education centers. Now this is accessible now across the country, even in the remotest parts of the country. We continue to invest in this initiative using public resources, using community-based initiatives, and working with other partners. 5, measuring whether children are learning. It's one thing to put kids in school, but are they actually learning? And this is very, very important. Rwanda has strengthened its monitoring and assessment architecture through termless school assessments, the national examination, inspection, and the education statistical yearbook. I think a Rwanda education statistical yearbook is something that I encourage you to look at carefully, because it's our framework for accountability, where we see what is working, what is not working, where we're lagging behind, and how we can. We've become very, very heavy on data and statistics and on evidence, because that helps us to make the right decision or to adjust those that are not working well. So it's very, very important. And with that, the education information management system has been really strengthened. Now, not all is gold. There are so many challenges still. There are many, many challenges still we are facing. There are a lot of things we have to deal with. And education is one of the most difficult sectors to manage because especially there is the minister, there is the Minister of State, the Permanent Secretary, but every Rwandan is actually a monitor of that sector because everybody has a stake. And that's possibly reflected in the pressure that most of those who manage our education system go through because the level of accountability at all levels is so high and the demand for results, delivery is so high across the country and across the leadership of the country. So we have to keep on our feet, but a lot has to be dealt with. As I said, while enrollment rates have gone high, repetition rate in primary school are still high, dropping from 29% to 20% over the last year. For us, that is still high. Transition from primary to secondary, still low, not still where we need it to be, but also in terms of the quality of education and concrete outcomes in terms of learner outcomes, we still have a lot of improvement to do. I will not go into that song because you deal with that every day. It's challenges that we face across. Rwanda is not unique, and on this, we have to, on some of these issues, we have to keep struggling together. That's why I conclude as EAC that the EAC region faces many common challenges in foundational learning, especially. There are inequities in access, large class sizes, teacher capacity constraint, inadequate learning materials. These are all issues that we send. I think Flex has come to address some of those to do with financial learning. But overall, the issues, if we don't go into higher education, the challenges are even more. But we have to keep doing that. I think what we have to do is to learn from each other. There are things that are working in Kenya, in Tanzania, in South Sudan, or other parts that Rwanda can learn from. There are a few things that might be working in Rwanda. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So I think that's why a conference like this is very, very important. That's not a place where we come to talk, only to talk and go away, but a place where we come to learn, to listen to each other, pick what is working, go back, make an adjustment. Because at the end of the day, the key is results, is outcome, is impact. And impact, you cannot hide it. It will show. If there's something that is not working, it will show. You cannot cover it with a blanket. So I'm happy that in this room we are not behaving as an ostrich. We are all facing the challenges and discussing them openly, and everybody seems to be attentive and ready to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador. He started by saying he's the only non-education person, and that he's now with education practitioners and lovers. What would be your message from your heart to these education specialists?
I think teachers are the most important people in our lives. Educators are really the most important, that you've made us what we are. So what I would say, keep doing what you are doing, keep doing perfectly. It requires commitment. Teachers, educators are usually the least paid, but they keep doing what they do. And they do it happily, passionately, and as a result of that, ambassadors are born. Diplomats are born. We are here. Thank you very much. So I would say keep doing what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I'm not going to summarize anything. I'd just like to ask you to join me in thanking our ministerial delegation from Tanzania, from Uganda, South Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Burundi, and Rwanda. Why don't you join me in a hand of clap? It is also not every day that I am with the ministers from the East Africa community. So if you could all please just stand up, and the photographer, whether you had been prepared or not, you must take a photo of us. So please just stand in front as we call the MC to come and take over the program. And as I conclude, I'd like to say thank you. I have really kept you waiting. But wasn't it for a good message? Thank you very much for your patience and for your respect as our leaders from the countries were making their submission. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Ruto. And on behalf of the participants, I'd like to thank you most sincerely for guiding our ministers through the session that has just ended. One more round of applause for our ministers, please. Thank you very much. And the audience, I want to really thank you for your patience. And because of the delayed times, I would like to communicate some changed time schedules as follows. Oh, thank you, my sister. Can we clap for ourselves for our patience, please? Thank you. Yeah, we'll consider changing, we are changing the time schedules as follows. The lunch break now starts at right now and ends at 3:30. And the first parallel session that was supposed to commence at 2 until 3:30 will now start at 3:40 and end at 5 p.m. And then the second parallel session that was supposed to begin at 3:45 will now begin at 5:10 and end at 6:30 p.m. I'm sorry for that, but we are here for our duty, and His Excellency has thanked us as teachers for our patience. Another thing is that those who are in Zebra B, it has been collapsed, and now you will come to Amboseli, which is just here. They'll restructure this building, and it will still be written Zebra B, although now it is here in Amboseli. And then those who are in block 300C will move to Samburu. Without wasting much time, in Kenya we are very prayerful. Let me pray for your lunch and bon appetit. For health and strength in our daily food, we thank you, O Lord. Amen.